story so far. Aliya and Six have been looking for the missing roboticist, Janiqui Renba, sent by Professor Miari to uncover the cause of the fall of Iox, which she believes is soon to return. But ancient memories found inside a robot led Renba to a different discovery, an ancient observatory, the vault, which Renba believed could save the Nebula from darkness. But why had Renba been hiring laborers to dig something up on Elbereth? So let's hit this button. Let's hit this button and continue our quest to figure out like how old this language is. Right? Start. The timer is started. Oh, wait. I thought it was just gonna go right into it. We got to this island thing too. Right here. This is exactly where we left off. Like, exactly. Oh, what's this? Vines. There's something worked into the stone. Is it an inscription? Beneath the ivy. It is an inscription. Oh. Amazing. Something's gone wrong. I must have used the wrong words. What? But this totally goes here. I don't think I can do this one. Oh wait, yeah I can. That little tick mark is definitely an of. Okay, I see. Now let's take a stab at the new word. A stab at it. Ugh. Palace of Emperors? Garden of Emperors? I'm gonna go with garden. I'm gonna go with Garden of Emperors. So this is a garden. So this is a garden. It hardly looks tended. How long has this place been abandoned? I like how we just assume we're correct. Like we went on not a whole lot of info, and we just assume we're correct. The main gate. The ancients never had foresight to leave the doors unlocked. Perhaps it was a garden once. Some kind of peaceful retreat, but it's set with a horned statue. An ancient goddess guarding her space. Some kind of devotional garden, then? Try the handle. You never know if it's locked unless you try the handle. No good. No, mistress. I do not believe there is a keyhole. No keyhole. Then, so how did people get in? It may function like the gate on Elbereth, mistress. There may be a passphrase or some kind of other mechanism. Okay. There must be a way through, Six. There must be. I should think so, mistress. There's a hopper eye inside the courtyard, if I may. Go ahead. Just wait, mistress. The wind...
The wind died.
We're intact. I believe so, mistress. It seems that way.
The smell of flowers flooded the misty air.
Remark, some kind of temple to the horned goddess? Perhaps the Cyclone's Eye Moon was a hermitage of some sort for the priests of this place to retire to. I see a thing here. There's something under the ivy here. It looks like... Oh, it's the brooch! About 1,000 years more recent than we thought. And there's another inscription along the edge. Whoa, that is long! Holy crap, aronies. I know one of these words. I'll have to guess the other three. That's a long word. Together? People follow Emperor? Yeah, I think we'll go with that. Together people follow Emperor? Is this an Emperor's garden? This is an Emperor's garden? A question mark. It's a question mark. Remark. An intact Emperor Site 6. Everything in Iox was rebuilt after the fall. But this place was never destroyed. We must assume it was never found. That's amazing! Or something. Ooh, it's a door. A door. Locked. There might be a key somewhere. That is a ridiculous idea, mistress. Why would anyone lock a door if they intended to leave the key lying around nearby? Yeah, well. This one's definitely stuck. A tree has demolished the corridor below. The same fate will eventually overtake this place, mistress. Perhaps we could finish our explorations before that happens. I mean, it's not gonna... We're not gonna be here for, like, years. 6. Jeez. You dingus. Exploring. Da-da-da-da-da. It's some kind of painting. Mostly worn away. Almost all worn away. Can't get anything from it. What do you make of it? 6? Yellow. There really was a lot of writing here once, mistress. A whole chronicle, perhaps, but I believe some characters can be seen. Thanks for the follow. Whoa, that is a lot of freaking characters. Holy. This one is a fractured from an uneven phrase, nothing. Look at how long that is. It's long. I mean, I want to try it. We got Emperor. We got... People could go here. We got an and here. We got a potentially people. And we got an of. And we got potentially another of here. Whoops. And then I clicked out of it because I'm a dingus. But that's about it. It's too much. It's too much language. We're not smart enough yet. Yeah, you have to use the whole name or it won't work. It's not smart enough either. The bot's not smart enough to do that. What's this? There's something here. A grooved chunk of hardboard from a rudder. I would guess this dates from, at latest, the early Empire period. It would seem something. This one is a broken piece from something. Okay. Okay, we got light. We got not mechanical. We've got van. Follow. I can add my translation for follow. Stars light? Skies light? I would guess, I don't know. It could be stars or it could be skies. I'm gonna go with stars light. Follow stars light. It comes from the same site as the Hall fragment. The one we discovered floating in space. New site indicated. Ooh. We're investigating. So how did you end up in a hole on Iox? I have no idea, mistress. I do not know when I was buried or what I had done to deserve it. Professor Miari assures me it was part of the loop. The loop-de-doop. This whole place is incredible. It's perfect. Well, evidently it is almost 500 years old. I want to find a key, but I don't think I'm gonna find one. Does this bother you? That you don't know where you came from? Oh no, invisible wall! Invisible wall! Ah! Why is there an invisible wall here? This is the bridge we saw from below. Mistress, a warning! I believe the running water has compromised the stonework over the bridge. Compromised? It feels solid to me. Eek! By the waters, have you broken a bone, mistress? Is your ankle if your ankle is damaged, you will not be able to jump. I'm intact. Which is more than can be said for the bridge. I don't think I can jump back. You can't? That's an easy jump. I'm still breathless. The moon has plenty of oxygen. This moon has plenty of oxygen. Take your time to recover. Wait for me, Six. Mistress. If I cannot reach you, I cannot hopper you to safety. Typical human.
Stone markers huddled together,
Hey!
whispering nasty things about me.
Shrines. Like the one behind the hermitage on the moon near Mercy. Yeah, there's a bunch of these here. Okay. Cool. Check them out. There's so many of these markers. Marking what? This might have once been inscribed. But it's worn very smooth. It's locked. Or stuck, maybe. What was that? There's more water here than I've ever seen. Enough water for Elbereth 3 times over. If only there was a way to transport. If there was only a way to transport water. This one's in better condition. Still legibly carved. Oh, we got another thingy that we can try and translate. This is the start of a fragment of text. We got again. So many translations again doesn't feel right. So it's not again. We're convinced it's not again. Hopefully I can make some better guesses this time. Okay, we got this big word. Light, prey, and stars. Rest. Rest. Forever. Does rest forever make sense? This place must be some kind of monument. To a war, or a famine, or a plague. That tree must be the oldest thing here. Probs. That's probably true. We're just talking to ourselves. 6 might know what to make of all of this. This one isn't carved at all. But there's something inside the niche. A chipped devotional icon of an Ardyarm. It looks like it dates from the early Empire. I can't make out what it is meant to be. Some kind of bird? But with a snake's tail? Or maybe I'm holding it upside down. I don't know. There's some inscribed characters on it. Of course there are. This one is a fractured fragment from an even larger thing. Rest. Garden. I'm convinced my translation for garden is right now. Rest in garden. Rest through garden. Rest in garden or at garden. I'm going to say in. I could still change my mind, but rest in garden? This is roughly the same age as the chunk of rudder I found here earlier. But it's not from the same location. Canna redeems cat cam treats. Alright. In fact, I don't think I've seen anything equivalent to this chip devotional before. which means it must have originated on the site we haven't previously discovered. They don't look very safe anymore. Well, neither than that bridge. According to 6, and you just were like, whatever. Stone marker. This one's set apart from the others, and it's inscribed. And Finkelroy means Charlie gets a treat. Alright. We'll do that soon. Oh man, this one's a long one. Sail. River. Sleep. Is that it? Is that not it? Oh, of. River of Sleep. I'm convinced about pretty much all of those. This one has a lot of symbols, but I'm confident it says river. And I'm confident it says sleep too. I now sail through. Now sail through River of Sleep. I sail through River of Sleep, or now sail through River of Sleep? I mean, it's gotta be through. It's gotta be through. That's the only thing that makes sense. Now sail through River of Sleep. That'll do for now. The River of Sleep. Sounds like a gentle way of putting it. Like death. This is kind of like a graveyard. It's nice to be away from the robot for a change. The air. It must be getting thinner. And hey, Finkelroy, how's it going? The wind
was strong up here. It wanted to grab you by the waist and chuck you down the cliff.
Emperors must have stood here gazing across the nebula, tracing every stream like the plains, like the lawns on a palm. Just woke up. How much more of the nebula is like this? I guess we're going down. Wait, or are we? Can't look at these. No, we can. These just seem in better condition than those below. Are they inscribed? The stone hasn't worn so much up here. Ouch! What was that? Uh-oh. Youch! Some kind of static charge? We had to verify, but it's a rock, isn't it? Either way, I should stop touching it. Probably. Whatever it is. Insert figurine. Sure, let's do that. I wonder. Nothing. A pity. I feel like that should have done something. 6 would know. But there's no way 6 can jump that bridge. Maybe there's another way around. Okay. Yeah, and you'll notice it conveniently has the ramp here for a robot. So it looks like we're going to need to find another way around so that 6, the robot, can get through. It's so quiet. Look at that water. It looks so weird. Doesn't it? Doesn't it look weird? How about this one? Ah, the inscription on this one is readable. These are long. They're getting long. There's a few words in this one. Sleep. With. This doesn't feel right. Sleep. Not with. In. Sleep in. I think in must be right. Peace? I mean, that makes sense. Sleep in peace? I think that's correct. This must be a graveyard. No wonder this place feels so empty. A stone setting. Either someone was making preparations when this place was abandoned, or the shrine that stood here was removed. We can't even try that door. Locked. Anyway, Six would hate me going out that way. Can I jump that? It must be too far to jump. Too far to fall, anyway. Let's try and jump. On the other hand, bless the moons. Nah, we made it. Mistress, I am most relieved to be within reach of you once more. I found the stone marker 6 that was charged with some kind of static. Curious. I will take a look if you will show me, mistress. I mean, I will if we can find a way around, but we gotta find a way around to get in there. So, you know. But mistress, I am extremely cross with you. I was already over the bridge, Six. Jumping back would have been more dangerous. I don't know why Marori wanted me to take you with me. The professor cares about your safety. Then she certainly doesn't care about yours. I mean, that's kind of valid, isn't it? I mean, can we try and open this door? Wait, I thought I saw something over here. Spell. I leaned over a flower and inhaled deeply, and then I passed out because it was poison. Nope, that's not what happened. We could break it down. Perhaps Mistress intends to use my holographic head as a battering ram? Nah. You think you're funny. No need to be snippy, Six. There's no need to be persistently inaccurate. Well, geez. You know, you had redeemed yourself a little bit, Six. Yeah, you're a butt. That's what's the matter. Like what? Yeah, Six, you're a butt. I mean, you do realize that, don't you? You're just being a butt. Like, you were a butt. You're the one that was the butt. But we've already been here. I mean, I can't help that you're a butt. Wait, can we go over this way? We can get through here. Yes, we can. We can get through here. Stuck? Stuck? Why is every door in this place stuck? We turn back now? Go home? There's clearly more to find here. I do not suppose you are genuinely interested in my opinion. There's got to be another way inside. Perhaps you could smash a window and climb over the glass, mistress. That was sarcasm. It looks like a jungle in there. A very warm and moist environment. What did I just do? Is that tree sticking out of the roof? It's amazing this place is still standing. Maybe I can squeeze through here. Then try not to rust out here. I won't be long. It's not my fault. It's not my fault that you're a robot. Did I just hurt myself again? Waters above. So many thorns. I'm not going back that way if I can help it.
The air inside the glass house was damp.
Sabriel
It
reading
smelt
cat
like
game
fruit
treats.
and warm water.
It's even bigger close up. Is it bigger on the inside? It's not bigger on the inside, it's just a tree. Okay, there's another door. Well, there's ramps in here, so I'm thinking we might be able to like open this door from this side. Maybe. I just hope my shoulder doesn't go straight through. Did it! Eek! I found a way in. So I see. Thanks for waiting. I see that you are still undamaged, mistress. You do have a sense of what this place was before its explorations, mistress. A graveyard. A graveyard of emperors? Most curious. I have acquired 2 promising artifacts here, a chipped devotional icon and a chunk of rudder. Or I have, rather. We have also collected some evidence of one new location, an ancient site. Perhaps we should return to the ship now, mistress. No. I want to show you the graveyard. I do, because I want to show you the thing. Lead the way, mistress. Alright, we're going to... Come on. Apparently... Oh, okay. I was like, alright, well, apparently a water. Still flowing. After all this time. Might have thought it would be clogged with mold and dirt. Evidently, it is constantly being washed by the water, mistress. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I thought. Can you go up these stairs? This don't look like stairs you can go up. Oh, you just kind of like cheese through them. Alright, that works. This should lead us back to the graveyard. Keyword being should. We're gonna look at all the plants. Hey, it's another sundial. We've seen this before. We've seen this design before. But evidently, it is remarkably like the sundial on Iox, mistress. So the Iox sundial must be an Empire period artifact. So, is this sundial a copy of the one in Iox? Quite the opposite. I believe this sundial to be significantly older than the one on Iox, mistress. Furthermore, this one was not made on Iox. Okay, well, there you go. We're learning stuff. We are learning things, and... Wait, what? You cannot expect me to cross that. I will topple into the water and sink. Just go carefully, Six. Wait, what? You're a robot, aren't you? Calculate it. You are attempting to goad me into crossing. I cannot be goaded. I know you have lost robots before. 5 of them. 5 of them? I do not intend to increase your score. I want to show you something. It's fine, look! Be advised, I will hopper myself to the boat if I so much as teeter, and I do not guarantee I will return. Jeez. Was that so hard? I'm glad you made it. It would have been like 4 all over again if you'd fallen. Well, that wasn't what I wanted to say. I did not enjoy that, mistress. I found the risk most uncomfortable. Stop complaining. Next time, wait in the ship. I cannot. Jeez. The wellspring must be up there somewhere. Where does all the water go? Into the Nebula, mistress. Into the rivers. Everywhere. Then that's why they built a graveyard here. The water carries the souls of the dead to the rivers. The gardens here are quite remarkable, but the graves are surprisingly simple. No great tombs or mausoleums. And let's show you this this graveyard. Did the emperors believe in the loot, mistress? Did they believe they were returning to sail the rivers? Perhaps their bodies were not important. This place is a graveyard connected to the Empire. A graveyard of emperors, perhaps? Nothing on this one. More markings here. Alright, we got another thing to translate. We're getting some good stuff. Like, a graveyard, you kind of have an idea of what, like, is going to be here. Peace. In. Go in peace. Go in peace. Continue. That seems correct. Does go in peace work? I mean, it seems to. I would have expected something grander for an emperor. A tomb, a mausoleum. These graves are so small. These are not public graves, mistress. There's no one here to impress. I mean, that's valid. Oh, it's so tiring. Oh, this location is extremely unsafe. I tried this before 6. Still nothing. What exactly were you expecting, mistress? The shrine is only a rock. A powered rock, but still a rock. Evidently, it is not a real goddess, mistress. It is a model. If there is anything stored inside the figurine, it would require something else to be displayed. Like what? A projector of some kind? There may be some indication in the graveyard below. Then again, your theory may be pure cabbage. Remark. The shrine outside the hermitage on the moon near Mercy. It was just like these, I suppose. And just like these, it had run out of power. That seems likely, mistress. Sounds pretty like, it sounds like cabbage to me. I don't know what I'm hoping for here. There is no need. Evidently, it is quite powerless. It is powerless. Yeah. So this is the only one that has power. Alright, let's check out the graves a little bit more. See if we can find something. Cabbage is good. Hey, Lars. You know, it's slow going. I admit it's slow going. There's definitely some slow going. It's very chill. It's very chill, and I guess you could say relaxing. This one seems to be made of older stone than the others. No static here. The first gravestone to be placed here, perhaps. But I like the puzzles. Like the language puzzles. I wasn't sure how this were gonna go. Older and from a different source. Where is it from? I cannot be 100% certain. But if you had to guess, I estimate the old stone is from Elbereth. Really? The stone is from Elbereth. Are you sure? Well, he said no. As I said, not 100% sure. But 96.5 is not so far from 100. The old grave we found. Does it suggest that Elbereth was important in the early empire? If so, it's new to me. That would be a strong conclusion to read from a single choice of building material. Perhaps Elbreth's stone was as cheap as its labor. Well, I mean, games like this just prove that your puzzles don't have to be... You can be creative with the puzzles. There's something up here. A hoop of metal. I wonder if there was once one of these on top of the shrine we found on the last Emperor's hideout in the Cyclones. Heavy, but perhaps not as heavy as I had expected. That might be the projector that we've been looking for. I believe it may be some kind of device, mistress. It's a valuable artifact, and worth some further study. Look, there are symbols inscribed on the inside of it. Nice! You also want to make a platformer Metrovania, but coding good physics for this game is really difficult for someone like me that's awful at math problems and solving. That does sound difficult. Oh, now. Okay. This isn't the word for now. Okay. So, what does this say? Well, if that's not now, then it says, remember me! Remember me! Continue. Remember me? I'm sorry, but I think you've been forgotten. What is that supposed to mean? Should have written what you wanted to be remembered. Too late now. I feel sure we've seen something like this somewhere before. We might be able to trace where it's from. Perhaps there are metal hoops on all of these shrines originally. They might have been looted if they're valuable. Why wouldn't this one have been looted then? Like, why would they have not done this one? Well, we're gonna try the hoop up here. That's true. Well, I feel like one thing that I think people do potentially wrong when they design adventure games is they try to make their puzzles unique. And you know, some unique puzzles, fine, but I really don't think it's like necessary to have unique puzzles in adventure games. You know, the classic rope puzzle, or the putting the thing in the door, the newspaper under the door to pop the key out of the lock from an old house, like trick, and all those puzzles. You know, those are adventure game staples. And I don't feel like necessarily you have to have unique puzzles. I think the story I think is more important than the puzzles, in my opinion. I mean, obviously good puzzles aren't a bad thing, but let's see if I have any more luck with this. Wait, where's 6? How about now? And then nothing happened. Have I been asleep? Holy crap. It spoke with the voice of a child.
Sweet, merciful crap!
That's right, you've been asleep. Don't be scared. Everything will be alright. I can't see you. It's so very dark. Why can't I see you? Tell me your name. I don't know my name? I will have you killed. My apologies. What? I forgive you. It is not your fault that you were ignorant. I can't feel my legs. Tell me where you think you are. On Orangery, of course. The Orangery? Above the Withering Palace, of course. Yes, we got a new place. So this is the Withering Palace. I don't know. It's so dark. I don't know. Have I been asleep? You're just a head. Oh, we broke it. The power's gone. I'll take the figurine back then. I'll be careful with you, I promise. I wonder what Helen would make of her. Take the hoop. Yeah, we want to take the hoop too. I could take this thing back to Elbereth and show O'Roy. She might be able to explain what it is. Don't shock yourself. Oh, we're out of power. Let's touch it again. Nothing. So we ran it out of power. Just a rock. Why did 6 just like refuse to come up here? Oh, because it's dangerous. 6 basically said, it's dangerous. I'm not going up there. I'm not going up there. I have finished my researches, mistress. My conclusions are, I fear it worthless. What were you looking for? I do not know, mistress. The impression did not last for long. Okay. I think we should go back to the ship. I think we've done what we need to do here. I think we are done here. But what was that thing I spoke to? A recording, presumably? Much as Professor Minari might send you a recording of herself to converse with, recordings are responsive, as you know, but fixed in manner. They are broad, but not deep. That is their nature. Are you like that, 6? Broad, but not deep? I am as I appear, mistress. Kintel Everard, Trax Mnemonics. You have a brain, don't you? You like to pretend you do. You do not understand robot minds, mistress, despite being equipped in one. But Master Renma once described a robot as a mirror. Its reflection will vary as it is shifted, and yet the mirror itself contains nothing. We have obtained one more ancient artifact here, the metal hoop. We have also learned one or more new location of note, the Withering Palace. Shall we leave now? Yeah, let's go. I said I wanted to go, so let's get out of here. Although I'm curious about the door that had the key. We weren't able to get into the door. I'm kind of curious about the door. But we got 2 undiscovered sites, so you know, we'll check those out. We'll check those out. Aboard the Nightingale. A curious place, mistress. Why did the Emperor scratch a map to the Emperor's secret garden in blah 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 blah? So why did the Emperor scratch a map to the Emperor's secret garden on the wall of the Hermitage? Perhaps he was dying, and this was where he wished to be buried? Doesn't add up. Doesn't add up. I don't think so. Doesn't add up. Let's start sailing. I will prepare the sheets, mistress. The sheets? You say graphics and sound would be the most important to you? Well, what kind of graphics? Are you looking for, like, pixel graphics, like an old Sierra EGA game, or a VGA game, or what are you looking for? I feel like graphics is hard. Well, maybe if you're good at them. I don't know. I think graphics is hard. But I'm not a graphics person, so, like, by any means. Like, not even close. Whoa, look at all this stuff. We got new stuff over here. We found artifacts from a pre-war site, but we knew nothing. But I don't know enough to find this site yet. The ancient recording inside the goddess figure had spoken of a place called Withering Palace. In addition, Six believes the metal hoof from the graveyard was from here. Not only that, but we've heard curious stories about and found an artifact of the same name. But what this site might have once been, I have no idea. I don't have enough information to find this site yet. Let's go back to Iox. No, let's go here. Actually, I'm gonna go here. Actually, we're gonna go. If that's the way we have to go, we're gonna go to Iox first, because we have to go past it anyway.
Something.
Something, indeed. I missed my turn already. Nice. So why did the last Emperor draw maps of the secret garden? Didn't we already talk about this? Wishing for some kind of peace as you lay dying. The Emperors believe in the loot, mistress. But to be reborn, you must be burned. Unlike all those before him, the last Emperor faced true death. Perhaps the Emperor drew the map to tell his soul where to go. Dang, we got a long way to go.
All the rivers of the Nebula flow to Iox in the end. If you tie off your sail, Iox is where you'll wash up. It's the heart of the Nebula. Or else, it's the gutter.
I'm going to rest. You're in control, 6. Don't do something dumb. Like crashes into a rock or something. Because that would suck. Not a big fan of crashing into rocks. Alright, we're here. We're gonna find it. That one dude. Why are we just walking? Why was he riding robes and sending Miara brooches? It seems clear he considered it a great secret. Why would someone wish to conceal that the last emperor had not been returned to the rivers? Perhaps because someone claims to be the Emperor returned? Does anyone claim to be the Emperor reborn? Not publicly, but the university, as you know, has its priesthood. They allocate power as they see fit. Renba was a dedicated member, as is Professor Miyari. Ooh, okay. That's interesting. That's interesting. Is that who I'm looking for right there? Is that one guy? Is it? I don't even know how to get there. What shall we do over here, mistress? Well, I know what I want to do. I'm gonna ask that one dude, Hyung, about things. But I don't know where he is. Oh, remark. I've never heard of an Empire period graveyard before. The Holy Empire was founded on a belief in rebirth. They believed in the loop. Graveyards are unnecessary. Humans, I have observed, are fickle. 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 That's a funny word. Fickle. Fickle. Aliya. The Tree of Knowledge. The Tree of Knowledge. Or so they call it. Each branch grows more branches. I don't know where this person is. I can't run. Running's not a thing. Me. Where are you? Looks like he might be there. How do I get in there? Is that you? Maybe. He wears yellow. And that is somebody wearing yellow. Oh, it looks like there's a door in right here. Aha! I've never been in here before. Yeah, we can go in here. The library. It's the library.
The library is a quiet spot to think. Except when Huang's in there, which of course, he always is.
Aliya! Always a pleasure. Have you found any artifacts you want me to look at? Quite a few. Here, we'll show her everything. What do you make of this robe? Very fine cloth. It must have belonged to someone important. I've seen this kind of thing before, too. Wait a moment. Now, where's that volume? I've really got to tidy up sometime. This is an early Empire shroud. It was found on a splinter in the Cyclones. And look at that text. Look at that delicious, delicious text. Num 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 num. Let's do some translating. We got Emperor sleeps in peace. We got the whole damn thing. Bam! Emperor sleeps in peace. It's a long one, but I'm sure it reads as peace. Yes. We had it. Boom. The Emperor sleeps in peace. Done. I wonder if Renba knew what he'd found. Do you want me to archive the robe? I'm not finished with it yet. It might be important later. Oh, well, of course. Show him another artifact. Let's keep showing him artifacts. He's got some good info. Oh, yes. Click that. Take a look at this fragment of sail. Interesting. I've seen something like that before. That I think only this one was inscribed. Let me see now. Man, Hyung is a cache of info. A cache of info. This one was marked into a scrap of a pendant. A pennant, rather. It was found on a Ranaki house months ago. I don't know if it's related. This one is a broken phrase. Okay, we got stars here. Stars sail. And light. Sail? I can add my translation for stars. Oh, we were right about that one. I'm impressed on that one. Sail by stars light. That's a big word for by. Like, that word for by. Sail by stars light. That's a big word. Look at all the different to write by. Sail by stars light? Do you have any more like that? Let me see. How about this? It's a picture of a fragment of sailcloth. It was found while digging under the canteen here in Iox back in my mother's time. Damn, he is an inscription bonanza. Like, jeez. We got by travel by. I believe you are correct with travel, mistress. That's a lot of glyphs, but I'm sure it translates as by. Okay, we were right about that one too. Travel by. I mean, this one could be starlight. I think it is starlight. If you look at star and you look at light, it very much fits that it would be starlight. So I'm gonna put starlight. If you compare the symbols for star and light, we'll just keep translating if we can. Oh, nothing. Alright, sure. I don't see how the fragment of sail is going to help us. Wait, what? Oh, I'm not done yet, dude! Damn it. I didn't realize I was going to make him leave. It hurt his feelings if I said so, but these books are all recent, most from the last 50 years or so. There's there's not even many books here. There's like six books, 4 books. There's not many books here. This library is pathetic. This is a pathetic library. Look at the patheticness of this place. It's so pathetic. Like, and what am I standing on? Dang, it's so bad. Where'd he go? Get back here. You could have like said, you know, you could have asked me if I had more contributions. Oh, there he is. Have you ever heard of Withering Palace? Did you ever hear of the Withering Palace? Most likely an Empire period site, so not too old. The Withering Palace. Let me think. Yes, I think the Annals mention it briefly. Let's check. And the lonely and the lost were pilgrims to the palace beyond the garden, where the best remained as mirrors of wise thoughts. Beyond the garden might be a clue. We found a garden. Sounds delightful. Well, it was a graveyard. Well, it was more a graveyard. I wouldn't trade our lives. Yeah, I really wouldn't. Have you ever heard the word Slisset before? Yeah, let's ask about that. What's happening? 6, where'd you go? No, I don't think so. But Aliya, what's wrong with your robot? Oh no. Did I break the robot? That's strange. 6? He must be getting old. Mistress, my head. Your head indeed. Another thing. Do you know anything about an ancient observatory? Rory told me you were looking for something. Let me tell you something I heard about Renaki. Is there an observatory there? Not quite. I was on Renaki recently. I know me on a boat, but you should have seen me. I turned green. What did you do that for? I've got my secrets, Aliya. The curators let me take a few things in trade. Anyway, on the boat there was a trader called Amadou. He was talking pretty expansively, if you understand me, about something he'd found. He called it, well, you asked me about an observatory. That's what Amadou said he'd found. I'm looking for a particular observatory. Not just any observatory. Oh, well, this one sounded like it was old. I thought of you. Who was Mazawi? Mazawi! She was a sailor from maybe 20 loops ago. She was a traveling monk, mistress. How old are the books of yours? Wait, are we mocking him now? Some are really old. But not, you know, not ancient. They date back to the first empress or so. Thanks. We're not gonna mock him. That was a lot of help. We got a lot of help there. I'll see you soon, Hyung. See you soon. Later, nerd. Later, nerd. Yeah. Let's go. I don't know where we're going, but let's go. We're gonna go to, if we don't have any other place to go, we're gonna go to the, whatever it's called. Our home planet. Oh, we've got a new place too. Apparently. Let's go to our home planet and talk to the I wonder if Six will go with us. Six does not like that place. Six is surprisingly temperamental. Like, surprisingly. Like, very, very temperamental. For a robot. I don't like it here. I don't want to fall in the water. That bridge is unsafe. You shouldn't cross it. If Rinba really was hiring workers from here, he'll have hired from the market inside the Citadel. We can see if we can find anyone who knows what he was doing. I didn't think about that, actually. I didn't actually think about that. That's a good idea. must have been very fine once, but it seems to be decaying. Like those oranges sitting there. Robot. What would you do if you had your own personal robot? This place turns my stomach too. I might have ended up like this if I hadn't been for Miari. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to you. Just saying. I don't really want to talk to you. What would you all do with a personal robot? Get it to do the dishes. Sounds good to me. I'm back! Back again with more stuff. I'll say, how's your family? We'll have some small talk. How's your family? That's what you came to ask me. I didn't, but I'm asking. My son is fine. My daughter, that's another story. What happened to your daughter? I'm gonna ask. What's happened to your daughter? 6 just went down. My daughter thinks she is in love. Is she? She's a child, Leah. How old is she now? You know perfectly well how old she is. She's not old enough. Okay. Whatever. I found a strange metal hoop. A hologram came out of it. Let me see. I recognized it immediately, of course. The neck hoop from a robot. But it won't do anything without a core. It needs something to project. Last thing I noticed is it's badly made. Robots are beautiful, delicately crafted machines. This is an Empire period copy. How are things here? Slow enough, but it's not getting any worse. Give my regards to Iox, Aliya. Wait, what just happened? She just took it, and I guess we'll get information about it later. What's this? I have no idea what these things do. Okay. So I'm just playing around with magnets and wires and things. Alright, I guess we'll leave. That's probably what I do, and mow the lawn and paint the house. Or paint the walls, rather. Yeah, all that stuff I just don't want to do. I mean, I already have one that vacuums my house, so... Yeah, let's get out of here. Would you give your robot a name? And if so, what would your robot's name be? Alright, we're going here. Because we can. It's a long trip. It's a long trip, but we're going. Look out there, 6. Alright. Fast travel, baby. You can sail for a while, 6. Let's go, dude. Oh, jeez. We're back in control. We're back in control. Wait, what the heck?
The Ranaka Reach is famous for smashing boats to splinters. The Ranakans are said to make their boats from solid iron.
Ooh.
No one knows how far the rivers go. No one's ever mapped them. Not even the robots. Or, if they did, they aren't telling.
Whoa. 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 We're going so fast. Holy. Left. We gotta go left. 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 Go left. Whee! Alright. How many moons are there in Iox? In the Iox Protectorate? 6? At least the last settlement, it was 23. 23. Past the control. Let's go. Let's go to Rin. Oh, geez, we're not. It seems like it doesn't just lead us there. Like we get to when we get to unknown waters. We're calling these waters. They're not really waters. I mean, they're like I don't know what you'd call them. They're like currents. I think they're currents more of air than of water, but. Oh no! Here we go. Here we go again. Whoa. Let's go right. Alright, 6, have control again. Now we're in the Silk Path. Okay, this is not really an autopilot. This is just, well, I mean, it is an autopilot, but it doesn't get us there. Since we've never been there before, it's making us do this control. It's making us control the ship for a little while. How are you all about Halloween? You like Halloween? Is it like your favorite holiday? Like, I know some people are super into Halloween. How into Halloween are you? Oh. I like Halloween. I think it's a good holiday. I'm not really into spooky things, but I like the idea of like costumes, all the stuff that goes with Halloween. Not really into the spooky stuff. We're gonna check out this shipwreck, I guess. A wreck! This is the shipwreck from the earliest days of the Nebula, mistress. It should only take a few moments. I recovered a smoky iron lantern. It must have come somewhere nearby. Oil burning. The glass is the sort they blow in Elbereth. It doesn't have an inscription on the base. Well, that sucks. You try to play something spooky that month? Watch a horror movie? Halloween weekend? Yeah, you gotta stock up on the Halloween candy. Although I've noticed that they're putting more of their what used to be pretty much exclusive Halloween candy out, like for all sorts of holidays now. So, like they got the Christmas pumpkin, they got Christmas tree, Reese's Christmas trees, and then you got Reese's eggs. You got all sorts of times to stock up on the different shapes, and even the Cadbury eggs. They used to be pretty exclusive. The Easter, now they've got Halloween ones. They got like Scream eggs, don't they? Let's hop her down, 6. You haven't done much Halloween, but you think it's a neat holiday? I think it's a neat holiday. I got some neighbors who have decorated pretty significantly for Halloween. They get like skeletal animals and spider web things with giant spiders on them and stuff like that.
We came to Ranaka like thieves, hoppering ourselves into a narrow alley between high blank walls.
I would estimate the local population to be about 12,000. The odds of finding one man here are therefore pathetic. Let's hope he's important then. The more important he is, the less likely he is to be roaming the streets, mistress. This way. Yeah, but the more likely we are to be able to, like, find where he actually is. Whoa. Look at all this. Did you find the rubbish and lightning? You learn a lot from a culture by its waste. You might check out the Animal Crossing update. I heard there was an Animal Crossing update. They throw robots away there. What exactly have you learned? They toss out rotting fruit when most places struggle to grow rock oranges. So this moon must be rich. Take that, robot! Young must have loved this place. I suppose that's why he came here. You're watching Midnight Mass. That's cool. We are likely to attract considerable attention. Just act like you own the place, and no one will stop you. Works for me on Iox. Act natural. Hopefully no one will realize
We snuck out of the alley mouth into a
we
bustling
never
street.
went into the alley.
Hawkers shouted each other down about their wares.
I don't see anybody. I see one person. Rugs. Pattern similar to the one in the Nightingale. Alright, gave me that one. Okay. More fruit. I don't recognize half these fruits. So there's only 2 fruits. That means you don't recognize one of them. You grow them here locally. I grow them in my tubs and on my roofs. Would the lady care for a flat mango, perhaps? Do you know a man named Amadou? Amadou? Now, I really couldn't be sure of that. So many people buy my fruit, you understand. So very good, you see. Carnival grapes, fizzy, just today. What are those? We're not acting like we own the place. Ah, the lady is from Iox. Something less exotic then. Perhaps I can interest you in a kumquat fist. A what? I'll take an apple. Just an apple, fine lady. I have buttermelons, ripe sour berries, wet fruit. How about a red pomelo? An apple is fine. As you will. You want to trade jewelry for fruit? Jewelry is very good for trading. Good lady. So is fruit. Your price is too high. A pity. I really must get myself another customer. This place doesn't seem wealthy compared to Iox. Iox is staggeringly wealthy, mistress. Iox is wealthy enough not to trade. It's valid. That is valid. You make a good point. Lanterns. I wonder if the glass is blown locally. Young said he might know something. It sounds like he was a merchant.
The market of Renaka seemed to never end. Shoemakers sold boots to the fruit sellers, who sold sour apples to the knife makers, whose blades the shoemakers used to make boots. I don't know if anyone on Renaka ever slept, but if they did, I bet they bought and sold their dreams.
Well, I mean, it's good that they're selling stuff, I guess, right? Why are none of these shops like I could keep my paintbrushes in them if I painted. That's funny to say. I could keep my paintbrushes in them if I painted. Bread smells good. Must be fresh. I imagine it is. Who are you? It is made from moldering flowers, is it? Is it? Wait, what are you talking about? Excuse me. Yes? My name's Aliya. Can I help you? I was reading. What's your book? I like books. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? Of course not. I love books too. Do you? I barely have any. You're surrounded by books, aren't you? Well, I suppose so, but they're all the same book. I have a friend who loves reading. He was here on Renaki quite recently. Where are you from, anyway? I'm from Iox. I might as well just say it. Iox? Do they have a library? I've always wanted to visit a real library. Iox has 3. Iox has 3. Thousands of books. Some are so old no one can read them. It's not a good thing, but I guess it's... You're teasing me. I'm quite serious. I'd love to see it. But I could never sail. My soul is pure, and I'll keep it that way. What's that supposed to mean? And what do you mean by that? Only what everyone knows. If the rivers damage the soul, that's souls that sail them. Really? I love sailing and booked. How appalling. I'm sorry, but most people wouldn't just say it like that. Doesn't your husband complain? I don't have a husband. Of course you don't. I'm an archaeologist. I find old sites, ruins. I'm interested in history and other places. Really? I read books for the same reason, I suppose. But I'm sure you're on the wrong mood. There's nothing like that here. Please excuse me. I don't get much time. My father will have me back at the account soon enough. His name is Amadou. He's a trader. That's his stall on the roof over there. You could buy yourself another servo, perhaps. That's a big stall. Yes, it is. Good faith to you. Well, that was...
A fountain was messing about in the middle of the square, spitting at passers-by.
Wait. Where's the stall? He said on the roof. What the heck? Oh, over there. Over there? That one? That one over there? This looks interesting. Yep. This is what we're looking for. Who are you? Are these things robots? Servos, yes. My name is Amadou. I deal in the very best servos, as you can see. I was told you could help me. You want a servo? Are you buying? You've got one already. I'm not here for robots. I'm not here about robots. Then what do you want? I've come to ask about an ancient observatory. That's a strange thing to ask a servo dealer about. And what makes you think I know where any observatory might be? A friend of mine told me to talk to you. So the little Ioxian with the big ears has sent a bigger Ioxian. But what is my discovery worth to this one? I found an observatory, it's true. The observatory is just a ruin. Is that so? Are you sure? I'm a scholar, I read things. Yes, I'm a scholar, I read things. So you're here from sheer curiosity, no other reason. I didn't say that. So there is something about you to be found there. Good. Now we're making progress. Alright then, what do you want? He seems... It's a fine... You can't have my robot. Really, mistress? It speaks. Wonderful. A pity you don't really want to find the observatory. I want to know what you have before I can... I want to know what you have before I agree to anything. How old is the observatory? What state is it in? Let me tell you about the observatory, okay? I've walked its corridors, seen ancient machines. It is built on 3 levels. Each is circular, each wider than one another, than the one above it. So that it looks like it must topple from the sky, and yet it stands. But perhaps that is enough for you. That's not enough. I disagree. Fine, lady. Now we discuss a price. I don't like your terms. I could tell you about the corridors of glass, machines like gigantic servos buried deep below the crust. Are you sure you won't trade? I won't trade. We're not trading 6. So be it. And so the observatory is lost once more. I'll find it myself. Yep. Later, nerd. Mistress, what just happened? I don't trust that man. Further than I could spit. No point treating a robot for a false lead.
I could smell fried meat, spiced apple, fresh leather, wealth.
He seems pretty sleazy. He does. He seems a little bit... He seems kind of sleazy. If I might ask, Mistress, what is the plan now? Let's say I sold you to him. Mistress, for the sake of argument, Mistress, I am not yours to sell. But he doesn't know that. How angry do you think you'd get if you hoppered away after purchase? Very angry indeed, Mistress. I'm not convinced that powerful enemies are desirable assets, Mistress. You're right, bad idea. I'm thinking. Do you have any ideas? 6? About what exactly, Mistress? Let's look around more before we go. I feel like we might be able to do something. Can you imagine a fountain like this in Alberath? Just spilling water into the street? Where does the water come from? Is there still wellspring right here? Is there a well? No, Mistress. I believe the water is pumped up and cycled. A show of wealth, then. I'm gonna talk to her again. Excuse me again. Hello again. Good faith to you, lady. I must get back to my work. Alright. She's going. Where's she going? Let's follow her. Ah, we can't follow her. Greetings. By Gecko. Finest gecko. It climbs walls. Can reach hard to reach places. Wait. The ruins of the desperate way. The servos whisper about it at night. Are you serious? What do they whisper? They say the books write their own pages at night. Can you tell me about the observatory? No. Well, I sell geckos. ask me about geckos. Gecko now or gecko later? Gecko later. New gecko coming a week. I don't want a gecko, but my robot does. My mistress is empty humor. Not robot gecko, gecko live gecko. How much does one cost? $33. Gecko very practical. Very clean. No bathing. 33 what? 33. Good age for a lizard. $6. I'm gonna buy a gecko. I will not carry it, mistress. Don't be a kumquat. 6. You'll like it. You two will be friends. You can bicker about me behind my back. I am not having a gecko clambering around inside my lower drawers. I'll buy a stripy one, please. Gecko. It's gecko time. I prefer ancient and mysterious things. No, we're not gonna trade. I'm not doing this trade. I don't want to do this trade. I think it's so. I have a theory.
A fat man with a scarf flashed a cheeky smile at me as he walked away.
Wait, what? Okay, let's buy a gecko. Let's do it. Wait, can we not do it anymore? Aww, we ruin our chance to buy geckos? Aww, but... No! I wonder why they sell lizards. I think the gecko might know the whereabouts of... Suppose you think the gecko might know the whereabouts of a lost temple? It might be descended from a great king gecko of yesteryear? Yes, that's exactly what I think. You're right. Let's do a buy one. Reply. Remarks like that make me wish I had a gecko. Yeah, exactly. Gecko me. Gecko me. Gecko me. What's this? Oh, it's rugs and shoes. Rugs and shoes. Why do you keep walking away from me, you stupid people? Like, I'm trying to, like, talk to you and you just keep walking away. Yeesh. There. Finally. Forgive me, but I do not live on... You do not live on Ritnaki. I do. Someone tried to sell me a gecko, but I don't know why. Why? To keep the flies away from your fruit. Why else would you buy a gecko? Good faith, lady. Oh yeah, man, I do want to keep the flies away from my fruit. Berries. And other fruits. And they're untended. Amazing all these fruit sellers don't end up fighting each other. Quite possibly they do. This is someone's house. We can't just barge inside. I mean, we could. Isn't the Protectorate too many moons to manage? There are no threats at present. This is no doubt eases the situation. We can just leave. I mean, we can't just leave. Or we can just stay. We can come here at night. Like, I feel we got a simple solution, which is to, like, piss this guy off. Or we could do a slightly more complicated solution. Let's talk to them and say, Gecko Lady knows where the robot is, so... Oh no. This isn't good. This is less ideal. Apparently we can't even go up here anymore. Hey, what about you? I want to talk to you. Ah! Talk to you. Ah! There we go. Please, one moment if you are a local here. I lived here all my life. I'm from Iox, and I'm looking for old ruins. We build things properly on Renaki. If things are ruined, we repair them. Good faith to you. No! Shoes. Where's the shopkeeper? I could steal a pair and run off in them. So I've been thinking, perhaps they are so badly made, they would trip you up.
The size of this place was nothing compared to Elbereth. But it was more packed with life. More colour, more people, more business, more hope.
Hope? These are the same people! There's so many of the same people! It's Clone Town. That's what it is. It's Clone Town. We're in Clone Town. I want to buy a gecko. I want a gecko. I regret not buying a gecko. I regret it. I have a solid amount of regret right now. Like, there's definitely an amount of regret in me that is non-zero. There's a non-zero amount of regret here. Alright, well, we've seen... I think we're gonna go. I think we're gonna go. Just because, we're gonna find this ourselves. I think that guy's gonna rip us off. You know, I'd regret not buying a gecko. We left with a really? We have enough evidence? I didn't know that. Apparently, we have enough evidence to find a previously unknown site. A weird scroll indicator. Like where? That sounds exciting. Let's go! In the box for inner chat. I don't have that on this one. Oh, I've seen it though. I've actually seen it. I know what you're talking about now you mention it. Wait, what? Is it this right here? Okay, let's go here, I guess. Yeah, I saw a screenshot of somebody that had. I thought you were talking about like the picture of a scroll, but you actually mean it's trying to scroll in the little chat. It's like on the side. Yeah, I've seen a few people complain about that. I saw somebody on I saw somebody on, I think, Twitter post it. It sounds annoying. But I don't have that on mine, at least not the one I'm looking at right now. This is actually a really long trip. I'm hoping that we can like autopilot this thing. Theoretically, it's part of the Ioxian Guard. That is largely historical. Alright, you can pass control. You're on a laptop? I can't see my other one. It's covered up by other things. Here we are, mistress. A ruin. I would guess it dates from ancient times. I will investigate. It looks like a barn. I found a small book. Just lying out there? Along the spine, it appears to be something written. Ooh. It says... There's a few words in this one. It says... Lives. Or lives. Of. I'm certain my translation for lives is now right. Or lives. And we have House of Infinite, endless lives, ancient lives, ancient, division, our lives. We'll go with infinite, because it forever is part of it. So we're gonna go with House of Infinite Lives. Does House of Infinite Lives make sense? I'll look it up again later. Where are we going now? We don't have anywhere to go now. Oh, we can go back here. Maybe we can like figure out what happened to. Maybe we can figure out her deal with this thing, right? Yeah, let's go here. Let's see what she found out about the thingy. Did we find something else?
They say on Elbereth, if you sail too far, you'll meet yourself coming back. But I've sailed plenty far, and I still don't know who I'm supposed to be.
Alright, here's another thing. Sounds like a bonus area in a Mario game. It totally does. It totally 100% does. I recovered a blue strap of canvas. It most likely came from somewhere close by. Doesn't have a sewn message in the seam. It comes from the same place as the book and the lantern, I think. Having another artifact would pin down where these were made. Either of the branches continues to our destination, mistress. Bum bum bum. Basically, it sounds like they believe in the Mario concept of lives. Anyway, so... Mario probably believes in loop too. You know? Whee! Whoa. I think I saw a rune at the water's edge. Really? Oh yeah, you did. Oh man, we missed it. We missed it. No. Let's go back. Can we go back? I want to go back. Let's go back. We can't go back. We can't go back. We're not going back. But we're not stopping for it now. Whee! Woo! How exciting. I mean, I don't know how much these are collectibles versus being things that help us unlock more of the game. The House of Infinite Tacos. I mean, this basically is the House of Infinite Tacos. You know? I mean... Mistress, there's another airless ruin in view. Yes, there is, indeed. We're stopping at this one. Look at that. The ruin appears to date from ancient times, mistress. It's like just a little chunk. I found a book, another book. I wonder how long it's been out there. Tacos. Gregory, thanks for the taco party. Our pathway to infinite tacos. This is the end of a long line. Okay, we've got follows. No, we don't have follows, actually. We have house. Here, house of infinite tacos. I knew it. Don't we have this one? No. Follows, no. This is another of. Yes, it is. House of... My translation house has to be wrong. It does? Oh, really? Why? Oh, that's not a house. Book? Book of... Book of... I forgot it was written along the spine. I thought it was the Book of Infinite Lives, not the House of Infinite Lives. It was the Book of Infinite Lives. I think. Not the House of Infinite Lives, but the Book of Infinite Lives. Peace, pray, and through. Could be quickly. Book of quickly. Book of quickly of. That doesn't make sense. Book of jewels of. Book of deaths of. Let's look at this word. At, live, and water. Love. Need, trade. Wow. This is tricky. Book of words. of trade. Sure, why not? Book of Words of Trade? Let's try that again later. So apparently we're wrong. I think this comes from the same source as the scrap of canvas in the book. It helps us locate a moon further out than any we have seen before. I know there's an artifact trader on Tappy. I could take this book to him and see if he has anything from the same site. That might help us track its origin down. A new river? What do you mean by new river? Whoa, no! Oh, I saw it too. You told me to go right. You told me to go right. Damn it. What did we miss? We missed something. Oh, but... Books truly are the best way to make life eternal. Either river ahead leads to our destination. Alright, well, does it really matter what way we go then? Probably not. Have you noticed we're not getting autopilot on this one? I haven't got an autopilot yet. I don't think. Whoa, no, don't go the wrong way. Hey, there's another ruin. Alright, we can get more stuff. Maybe another translation. I'm liking the language puzzles. The language puzzles are actually pretty fun. Another shipwreck. I would guess it dates from ancient times, mistress. These, I admit, are a little bit, like, seem added in. They're kind of a little bit boring. Like, just the whole... The marker doesn't include an inscription on the blade. Damn. But it does come from the same site as the book, and this should help us work out where to look for its location. Okay, good to know. Thanks, 6. So if I get another robot, it'll be named 7. Our route turns left shortly. And so should we. How close are we? We're getting there. Hey, we're going into uncharted territory. You'll notice. This is uncharted. This is uncharted territory. That's what this is. We've never been here before. It's so uncharted, it's not even on our map. Look at that. But yet somehow the robot knows it goes to our destination. So that's something. Right? I think they're kind of cool. Just stuff to do along the way. Disregard the next turning. So don't turn. Alright. Okay, I will not turn. But there's stuff over there, maybe. Okay, we're going back into charted territory. Looks like. Whee! Whee! The wires. We're almost there. We're almost there. We're there. We made it. Yay! We did it! Oh, I have to click a button. I forgot I have to click a button. We're back! Yo, gate. Bring me to the top. Cat kiss. Let's kiss the cats. Hey, we got somebody else to see here. Oh, here we go. Happy shop. Go to Tappy.
To strangers, the cat kiss is like a maze. But I'd spent 10 years tearing through these alleyways.
10 years. Good for you.
I could have found my way to Tappy's in the dark.
In the dark. In the dark. We did it. There. Yeah. Tappy's place isn't big. But inside is a treasure trove of treasures. Hold it. Oh. But it's you. Welcome back to Elbereth, Moonflower. Give it back, Tappy. Whatever it is you took. I confess, I only really saw the robot. But friends, as you know, are friends. So have your, no doubt, precious brooch back. Mistress, I do not trust this man. It's a bit late for a warning, Six. 12 years too late. I already don't trust him. You adore me instead. I prefer it that way. Now come on in out of the cold. It seems as though I will
Tappy's
wait here
place was a
suspiciously.
little museum to junk. Pots and boxes, spoons and hooks and pocket knives.
It is so good to see you back on Elbereth, Aliya. The rivers above grow dull when you're not with us.
And at the centre of it all was Tappy, grinning away like a skull in a bodysuit.
And are you well? I am never dull. So, Tappy. I'm supposed to be looking for an Ioxian who's lost in the Nebula. But you're not. Why is that? Did you decide Ioxians are worthless for trade? I admit, I'm stalling for time. I am? I admit I'm stalling for time. The more time I take, the less likely I am to find him. the more likely it is he's dead. Well, he's not in my shop. I don't have him hiding in my apartment doing my cooking. Just so you know. I didn't think you did. I want to show you an artifact. Oh, yes? A rusted axe made somewhere distant. This is a rusted ancient times period hefty axe. Your standards are slipping. No matter. I may be able to shift it, but not for much. I've not seen anything quite like that. I might be able to make you an offer. Yes, this is it. An ornate iron candle holder. And there's an inscription. Ooh, we got an inscription. This one is a phrase run together. It says, me in... I can add translation for me to my dictionary now. Me. In what? In darkness. Light? Sight? Starlight, peace, and light are all related. So it could be star, or it could be sight. I think it's sight. I'm gonna go with sight. Hold me in sight. Hold me in sight. For a candle holder? That will do for now. I'll look at it again later. That implies I'm wrong. I don't think I've seen anything quite like this candle holder before. That suggests I think this comes from somewhere we never knew existed. So, if you've seen the merchandise, the candle holder for your rusty hefty axe, okay, sure, why not? You have a deal. I think this looks rather good here. Show him another artifact. Sure, why not? I found a few more items you might be interested in. Hold on to it. I've nothing to trade today. I'll have more for you soon enough. Okay. Alright, well, ask another question. Another thing, Tappy. Who buys all this stuff of yours? Respectable people, and a few Elbereth rats too. You don't know any respectable people. No, maybe not. But they know me. Oh, that's legit, I suppose. See you later, nerd. You're in one piece. You still have all your teeth. We have one new artifact to trace. Should we leave now, mistress? No, we should not. Not just yet. Because I know where we want to go. We want to figure out what they found out about that projector thingy. Mabobber piece thing. Right? That's what we want to do. We still have stuff to look at. Yeah. Ba-ba-bum. Alright, ring the gong. Bing! It doesn't sound like much when you ring the gong. It just goes boom, you know? And then we have to wait. I'm back! Aliya! What can I do for you? How's business? Still slow. Have fun on the rivers. That's it? Ah! Nothing. That's butts. That was butts. Dang it. Alright, we'll talk to this labor person whom we insulted. Maybe we can insult. Yes. I want to ask about a name named Rimba. I don't talk about my customers. Of course not. That would not be right. That wouldn't be right. So Rimba was a customer. If he was, I wouldn't talk about him. You're not gonna help me. But you better bring it back to fit to work, unlike your friend Rimba. I just want to talk to him. What's a laborer's name? Whatever you like. Well, that's a lot. Ew. That's gross. I'm not gonna trade that. I'm not trading good stuff. What valuable thing? No, I'm not gonna trade that either. I'm not trading this stuff away. I'm not doing it. Alright. Screw that. Screw that. Why can't I trade my crappy stuff? Why do I have to trade my good stuff? Some will be. Not all. I'm ready to go now. You're gonna ask to go? You're not, you know, you're not asking me to go now. Like, you asked me to go every single time, and now you're not asking me to go? The reason for that seems quite obvious to me. Waste receptacles flush outwards. Yeah, you want to keep the people from going up. Are you ready to go? Yeah, I'm ready. I don't know where we're gonna go, but I'm ready. Maybe we have a new place we can go. I don't know. You think we have a new place we can go? Yeah, we got a new artifact, the candlestick. The candle holder? Let's take to the river. Let's go! You don't look happy. Why are you not happy? Why are you not happy? What's wrong? What's wrong, Six? Why are you so sad? Is it because we're here? Because here does suck. I will say that. Alright, let's go back. We can't go here anymore. We can't go here anymore, apparently. Apparently the only place we can go now is here. So I guess we'll go back here. And see what we can do here. I feel like I should be trading stuff away and I'm not. So I feel that's part of my problem here.
We turned the prow for Iox once more. Going back always felt like a relief.
Alright, I guess we're going this way. I could sail forever. Interesting, mistress. Could you sail forever, or would you run out of sky? I mean, technically you can just go around and around in a circle. Right? The University of Iox. The hallowed halls of learning in the center of the Nebula. We're back. We're back, baby. Alright, let's see if we can talk to the, let's see if we can talk to her about the observatory. Maybe she's got some ideas. We're gonna go upstairs. Let's talk to her. Just speak. Even though I feel like she's bad news. I feel like she's bad news. Something's just in my gut tells me, for whatever reason, she's bad news. Aliya. Yes? Why didn't you tell me what Rimba was doing earlier? I spoke to an ancient voice from the Empire Professor. Yeah, sure, well, let's say that. It had been stored in a figurine and forgotten, but it was still alive. What did it tell you? It told me of a place called Withering Palace. Did she? We have lost so much. Recordings like that were once common in the Empire. Recordings of important people. The emperors believed in the loop, of course, but they still feared death. Everyone fears death. Death, Aliya, and the fall. The emperors knew it was coming, and they guarded what they could against it. Stored whatever knowledge they could. You found devices like this before. Is that a question? Of course we have. You travel with one. 6 to me. Professor? Sleeset. Re-onset. Set Siang. What the hell is going on? Professor, I think you broke it. What language is that? You don't know? It's ancient. Rimba discovered the robot cores can be accessed directly, verbally, if you know the right words. Set Siang. It wants you to ask it a question. What question? Aliya, I'm giving you the chance to talk directly to the ancients you've been tracing all your life. Don't you want to take it? Is this some kind of test? It sounds a lot like Elbereth Pathos. I knew it was old, but I'm only guessing here. Shaliu, Ayahumeka, Riara. Humeka? That's a pretty bad thing to call someone. But then... Elberithians really are talking in ancient. I remember a few words of Patois anyway. Catkiss? Okay, I can't read that. I mean, I could try. What is it talking about, Aliya? Give me a moment. How is 6 talking ancient? I think all robots speak ancient internally, but Rinba found a way in.
It's raining tacos.
Malifar. It means fall. Mia? Malifar? Wetzal Malifar Ori Elbereth. Okay. Stuff, blah, 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 blah. Thanks for the taco party, Finkelroy. That's as far as I've managed to go. Aliya, I need you to do better. Can all robots do this? It's out of stock, really? That's weird. But this isn't just any... 6 was Renba's. Setseong. 6 was Renba's actual robot? Mollifar. That's weird. It means near. Miamek is a robot. Perhaps Mickey is similar. It's waiting for an answer, I think. Six does not look happy. Just saying. It's a patois word, Professor. It means essentially grow old and die. Professor, what is it you think I can do? When Iox fell, Alina, the palace were overrun. There were hundreds slaughtered. The fallers killed almost everyone, people and robots. We know this, but we don't know where they came from. They were, how they got in, how so many got in, who they were, rather. We must know before it happens again. The robots know. Mistress. Excuse the interruption, Mistress. You're back. I do not believe I have been away, but something has come to my mind. A name. Unimyaki Cat. I will show you on the charts when we return to the Nightingale, Mistress, but it is not far from here. Hey, we found a new site! Yes! What's the verdict on this game so far? I think it's a little bit slow. I think the game is kind of slow. Like, it's very, very casual, chill. Like, there's not... But I think it's... I'm very interested to know where this is gonna go. Like, I'm interested... The story, I think, is interesting. It's kind of slow, but it gives you a lot of freedom. It seems very non-linear. Like, I mean, it's linear in the fact that I think you're trying to reach a set outcome, but... where did it come from, this name? I cannot be sure, Mistress. It has always been in my mind, and yet I also remember a time when I was not all aware of it. Time to depart, Mistress? Sure. We have a new destination, so let's go to it. There was a voice just like that inside the crown you found. An emperor's voice. And it mentioned that same name. The Withering Place. Renba was close to something. I need you to find it. Good faith to you. I mean, it's non-linear in the sense that I feel like we have a lot of ways to solve problems and get to the destinations that we need to go. It's almost like having multiple solutions to a problem. Like, we could have done that shady thing of trading the robot on the moon that we were at a ways ago, or we could have talked to this vendor and probably waited at night for stuff, or we could come back here. So basically, it's linear, but I think there's a lot of ways to get to where you're trying to go. You know? It's like our map. It's like our map when we go down the rivers. You know, there's a lot of different rivers that can take you there, but you're gonna get there. You're gonna get to the same. You're gonna get to the same point. Tell me. Tell me about this place. Well, okay, I guess we will just go to the place. And I also like I think the language puzzles are actually really interesting. Wait, where was this place? Alright, I guess we're going here. I guess we're going here to Withering Place. Let's go. This sounds interesting. This sounds like it's going to be interesting. A new place we've never been. It's uncharted territory. Like, we were looking for an observatory. And I don't think we found out where it was. So either this is it, and we found it through a different means, or we're gonna come across it later. I don't know. The Withering Palace sticks. Somewhere in the Withering Ways, perhaps. This is Uncharted, right? Yeah, this is all Uncharted stuff. I don't want to pass control and potentially miss a ruin. Okay, I guess we're going this way. It's like, even though we don't know where we're going, the robot seems to know where we're going. Which is interesting. Oh, here's a ruin up here. Let's check it out. A ruin! It is a ruin from the earliest days of the Nebula, mistress. Wait, mistress. I found a shattered necklace of gold just floating out there. Look at the craftsmanship. Such tiny details worked in. No inscription on the clasp. Oh! I'd say it comes from the same place as the rusted axe in the book. We discovered in the ruins by the river. It must have been between the two places. This should help us work out where to look for it. Six, did Yari mean that what she said about you? That you were Rinba's robot before? Is that true? I do not know, mistress. Really? I do not remember him. That's weird. But it seems that my memories are not mine to control. That seems pretty suspicious. I think the Withering Place is right around here. Or the palace. I keep saying place, but it's palace. Okay, so we gotta search these places and hope we find what we're looking for. The waters to the right seem curious. To the right, okay. Looks like we want to go straight on. But I guess we'll go to the right. Whatever. I mean, it doesn't really matter. There's a trail in the water. Oh no, I couldn't go right. Fart. Well, here's a place. A ruin. I would guess it dates from the Ioxan Empire, mistress. This should only take a few moments. I recovered a metal tablet. It must have come from somewhere nearby. The surface has been inscribed. Yes, an inscription. This one is several words. It looks like the only word I think we have is this one. Wait, we don't have any... Oh, wait, we have this one. People as... I'm pretty sure my translation for people is correct. Okay. All people as one? We'll go with all people as one. All people as one? Alright. I'd say this was made on the site we're searching for. Okay, that I guess eliminates that part, eh? Hey, there's another place up here. There's another place. That one right there. We want to go to it. We're back in our search zone. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Whew! Alright, here we go. Might I suggest turning right? You can suggest it. You can suggest whatever you want, Six. That doesn't mean I have to do it, though. We've entered an area of weaker flow once more, mistress. So, which way do we go? Oh! We look at the map. That's what we do. We look at the map. That looks like a pretty good place to go there. I believe there is a very gentle force here. Can we zoom in? Oh, we can. We can zoom in with that. Just enough to sail. It may lead somewhere, it may not. I think this might be where we're supposed to go. What do you think? This looks pretty good. I think we found it. It's a rock. We need to hop her down, mistress. I believe I can see a viable surface. It's viable. Yeah, I like viable. The Withering Palace. This is the place the holographic head mentioned. How can there be a palace here? Soon we're going to be able to speak and read ancient. Okay, this doesn't look good.
We hoppered down into a narrow, rocky canyon. Waves of dust made it impossible to breathe.
Ow, my breathing. Mistress. The air is getting to me.
This was the worst one yet.
You should not talk, mistress. The dust will get into your throat. I mean, that's valid. You best keep moving. How long can I last out here? Obviously, you have 1 minute without shelter. After that, your lungs will begin to struggle. Alright. Well, that's not good. Oh, okay. I see. By all the waters. A wind shadow. Oh, wind shadow. I get it. This place sucks. This place is horrible. It is indeed horrible. You think it wasn't always like this? Hard to say, mistress. But all this dust must blow from somewhere. Perhaps something has dried up. Well, I'm keen to find out. I still got my keen counter. It's at 5. We haven't had a keen in a while. That's all she told us anyway. Well, you were far enough you well enough continue? Reply. There's gotta be something here. Some kind of structure? Somewhere? Alright, let's go. Let's go. Nothing but dust and rock. A path? The channel seems to be narrower, but there's no way to know if it leads anywhere at all. Maybe we can just die. Yeah, we don't have a mask. We have a... I fear you will not make it back.
Then we rounded a corner in the rock. And we saw it.
It's just like the one in the Garden of the Emperors. Although this moon couldn't be more different.
Sweet, merciful crab!
Of course, I never doubted it. I hope this place is worth it. Is this from the beginning of the game? Was this where we were at the beginning of the game? The ruin will provide a wind shadow, mistress. You are safe. I've seen this gate before. We've seen this kind of gate before. In the Emperor's secret garden. The site must be from a similar period. Just as we were expecting. And there's an inscription on the top of the gate. Symbols embossed into the metal. Nice. Alright, another language puzzle here. This is fractured. This is fractured. Empress. Mistress, that translation is clearly incorrect. There must be another possibility. It's not empresses. Okay. I believe I remember the word mechanicals. Okay. Palace of Mechanicals. I'm gonna go with Palace of Mechanicals. Palace of Mechanicals makes sense. A mechanical, that's you, isn't it? A palace of robots? A palace for robots? What a remarkable idea. So, what has the hologram girl? What was the hologram girl doing here? Was she a robot? Let's see what we find inside.
We stepped through the ancient gate. The wind outside dropped to a hollow moan.
Hey, I see a door. I really hope we don't have to go back through this storm. Although on the bright side, we'll be going the opposite way. Okay, let's go in here. Check it out.
The room was filled with rows and rows of books.
So this is a library. A palace of knowledge. Withering, as paper withers. Perhaps mistress. It is an interesting theory. Seems a bit of a stretch, however. Let's look at the books. Books. Hyung would love this place if he could make it through the dust, which he probably couldn't. I am certain he could not. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Hey, there's a chair, a stool, and another book. There's an ancient here. Lots of it. Ooh, look at all this text. Let's read it. Can we read it? We got Emperor. We've got Palace. Oh, Palace. No, that's not Palace. Wait, that is Palace. It is Palace. Get rid of that word. No, get rid of it. Palaces. And robots. And. I've done something wrong. Okay. It's not palaces, so it must be Emperor. And robots. There we go. That squiggly thing must be and. Okay. Emperor ordered and robots obeyed? I mean, that would work. I still could change my mind, but Emperor ordered and robots obeyed. Robot emperors? That must be a mistake. Surely. Oh my gosh. I'm starting to get an idea of what we're gonna figure out. Someone left it in a hurry, I suppose. And it looks like they dropped something. Here, in the crack between the stones. A short-stemmed brass key. Ooh, a key! Dating from at least the earliest days of the Empire. The barrel appears to be inscribed, mistress. It's impossibly small. But we can see it anyway. This is the end of a line of text. Me. Keep. Me. I can add my translation for keep to my dictionary. Keep me safe. I mean, that would make sense on a key, right? Keep me safe. I'll try that again later. Does it mean I'm wrong? Most likely this comes from the same site as the chip devotional icon. The one we found in the Emperor's secret garden. Yeah, we found a potential new location. Let's check that out. Look at that. That's amazing. Evidently, it's both like and unlike the Emperor's secret garden. Alright, let's try this door. Oh wait, we got something here. Scrawled papers. Scrawled papers. Diagrams, but I can't tell what of. It's like Mirari's desk back on Iox. So no inscriptions, apparently. Alright. Try the door. Locked. But we have a key. Try the key. Whoever dropped this key must have used it for something. There. We did it. We did it. We unlocked the door. Yes. We're so good. Oh, it just leads us out here where we already were. What? Take a book. Let's take a book. Yes. Take a book. We're gonna take a book. We're totally gonna take a book.
Yoink!
The Chronicles of Mosway. It's the book Hong is always reading. There's something in the order of 600 copies on Iox Mistress, but this one is not from Iox Mistress. More sequences of ancient. Hey, more text. Yes. Well, that's the word for and. This is one end of a blurry fragment. Well, we've got and we have one. We have one and. There we go. I believe you can be confident of your translation for all now. All knowledge and... Wait, no, that's not right. All story, book, story, goddess, knowledge, I don't know. All story and none. We'll go with none. All story and none? Sure, why not? So, wait. Oh, we got through the gate. That's what the lock did. The lock got us through the gate. It didn't. The scale of construction, even if the fittings do not. Okay, let's go upstairs. Maybe there's a way through across the roof. Mistress, please do not plummet anywhere. Oh, plummeting's what I do. The ink on this one has run. Alright. Ink has run. That's interesting. This is the end of a longer line of text. It always is. Robots. People. No. I'm convinced my translation for no is right. Yes! We got no correctly. No people. Welcome robots? Or feared robots? Or wanted robots? Wow. It's a tough one. This is tough. Forever go in peace. Buried? No people wanted robots return. Let's try that. No people wanted robots return. If only we could read the whole volume. I wonder what that really tells us about the Empire. The robot uprising. That was the fall. That was ultimately the fall. Was the robots. You don't know why, but this game made you want to play No Man's Sky again. Looks like some ancient times. It's incredible and ancient. There's an etched motif on the casing. This one is a broken fragment. Okay. We've got return. We got gods. We've got of. Maybe. No, that's not right. No good. I'd have to start again and try it a different way. Okay. In. Oh, in. God's return. There we go. Now we just need to figure out these words. Infinite, forever, or light. In heaven. I'm gonna go with in heaven. God's bite. Do not. Infinite, forever, and separates. In heaven, God's will return. Will? I don't know. I'm gonna put will. I mean, it kind of makes sense. A blessing for safe passage, perhaps?
Yoink!
Man, our pack is getting... I'd hazard this comes from the same source as the Chronicles of Mazway. This new find should help us locate the source. Yeah! Yeah! Alright, we're in, though. Oh, we can go up more. Ooh. More exploring. Fallen rock. A fallen rock. I'm glad. Yeah! Oh yeah! I'm glad I wasn't standing here when it came down. Me too. Oh, there's stuff over here too. A table set for a meeting. Looks like it ended in an argument. Could it have been moments ago? The sun and eagle. Or the eagle and sun. That dates this site beautifully. Okay. Noise. 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 Wait, is there anything else here? There's stuff out. Notice there's a way out here. Is there anything out here? Yeah. No. Nothing out here. Let's check out here. Anything out here? Yes, there is something out here. Something wedged in the stone. There's something wedged under here. A scratched silver charm shaped in the shape of a circle, also known as something round, dating from the earliest days of the Nebula. This thing is strange. I've never seen anything made to this quality before. The pendant has been inscribed with tiny symbols too. The precision required for this is uncanny. This is the start of a fragment of text. Okay. Start of a fragment. Us. 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 With. All. With us all. One. Will. Oh no, we got it wrong. Oh no, we got it wrong. No with. There's no with. Alright. Will. And all. There we go. Okay, there's a lot of there's a lot of will kill, save, follow of trade. Oh, man. Guide. Will guide us all. What's the original word? Ship, vault, there. Vault. We'll put vault. Vault will save us all. That seems like a reasonable translation. Or maybe guide. It could be guide too. Vault will save us all? That will do for now. The vault will save us? Save us from what? A great darkness? This comes from the same place as the shattered necklace and the rusted axe. That I found adrift in the rivers. People back then must have commonly frequented both the two sites. This should help us locate a moon further out than any we have seen before. Nice. Alright, let's go down here. Bum. Where's 6 at? Where'd 6 go? Bless the wind. I'm glad I'm not doing this in the dark. Hey, there's 6 right down there. Can't go in there. This whole structure is intact except here. But there's no boulders, no signs of impact. What are you talking about? I think it was demolished. I see boulders right here. What are you talking about? Okay. I don't agree with you at all. There's clear signs of impact. There's boulders right there. Okay. I think yeah, I don't even know. I don't even know. Mistress. Yes? How could this be where the fall began? It doesn't make any sense. It makes sense if robots were the ones that were responsible for it. I mean, you know, stuck fast. Oh, we could have just gone. Oh, we can go. Oh, that we couldn't go down the stairs. I do not wish to alarm you, but I am sure I heard something moving nearby. What? Something moving? That sounds creepy. A mural. Another mural. Similar to the one we saw in the Emperor's Secret Garden. Perhaps this one is slightly older. Even more worn. A line of figures, some stooped, some young. Gathered together, then falling. A bright light. That's all I can make out. Alright. I don't mean to alarm you, mistress, but I heard something moving. A ramp is a door. There's no way I feel like this. Someone made themselves a way through. Someone with a robot. No, I don't think someone with a robot. I think a robot. Actually. I think I'm starting to understand what's going on. Kind of. I think I'm kind of understanding some things. History. River? No, river doesn't fit. At? No, at doesn't fit either. Of. Here we go. Those aren't any symbols for history at all. It's not history. Alright. Way. Peace, River, and Via. Well? Well of... Obeyed should heaven. Pilgrims. Book knowledge. Well of past knowledge. Well of old knowledge. Well of ancient knowledge. We're gonna go with that. Well of old knowledge. Well of old knowledge? I think that's correct. What's a well of knowledge? I mean, a library seems like it would be a well of knowledge.
The rock had been scooped out to make a roof for the courtyard, keeping it safe from the endless storm beyond.
It's so quiet.
This was a secret place.
A secret. It's a secret. Is this really a palace? Barely a couple of rooms. And then this? There is something about this place, mistress. I cannot, as you might say, put my finger on it. Because you don't have fingers. Get it? 6, is there a problem? 6, where are you going? I do not know, mistress. I suppose so. Alrighty then. Uh-oh.
A circle of stone gods, staring each other down.
In a hole.
Each one daring the others to blink first.
But since this is a holy empire site, the ancient gods shouldn't be here at all. Alright, let's look at this. Something embedded in the stone. There's something in the stone here. I've never seen anything like it. It's a device of some kind. 6, what do you make of it? It is old, mistress. It is very old. It's older than... I don't know. Something really, really old. This looks like an altar to me. It does kind of look like an altar. This is a temple then? Did the emperor secretly worship the ancient gods? Inscriptions, yes, please. It's older than you, Mom. Something's been chiseled in here. Beautiful workmanship. It says... Forever. Forever. Live forever. Live forever. Live forever here. I think that's what it is. But it could be mine. But mine doesn't even make sense. Does live forever here make sense? That's a strange offer to make. Was this a hospital? Safely away from everyone else. Did the hologram child die here after all? Are we not... I'm beginning to understand what's going on. I think I'm beginning to understand what's going on. There was a chair. What? Here, in the center of this palace, of this place, rather. On wheels. It sat down. I sat down on it. In it. I put something. They put something on my brow. What do you mean, sat? What do you mean, sat? I sat in a chair. Golden, painted, of course, carved with leaves, winding up its leg. Faces watching me. I remember the texture of the wood. I could barely lift my head, but I lifted it all the same. Mistress, I was tied. You're remembering something? Something from before you were buried? No, before he was a robot. Be quiet, mistress. Just listen. There are voices here. What voices? I was told to be quiet. What are they saying? Be silent. I am listening. It's very interesting, yeah. Things are starting to happen. Like, things are starting to really, really happen. Like, some kind of jewel? A hopper eye, mistress. Okay. Okay, and a hole. There must be something down there. A runoff for water, perhaps? This moon ever had any. Alright, we're gonna look. I guess we're gonna look at. Let's drop in the stone. Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. Here's a stone. Nothing. If it hit the bottom at all, I didn't hear it. What's down there? Alright, we're gonna look. I guess we're gonna look at all of these now. These must have been placed here deliberately. To mark this god in particular. The praying goddess. God? Goddess? I can't tell. It seems curious to assign a gender to a god, mistress. After all, what would they do with it? A reaching god. This one is reaching for something. It's reaching for tacos. He's fruit picking, perhaps. 6th. Is there a vault here? Have we found it? Found the vault? I understood this was the Withering Place. There's glyphs here. This place is not a palace, not a vault. Alright, we got, looks like one thing. This isn't a word I already know. I'll have to make a guess. You will. I guess we'll go with harvest. Harvest? This reaching? Picking fruit? Maybe? mean, that's our guess right now. Giving. This one seems to be giving something. Or maybe holding something? This is another word I don't know. Just one word. At least it's short. Market? Market? A market god? I mean, we're just guessing here. Like, this looks like a chess piece. This one seems to just be a head on a stack of barrels. So we're getting some translations for things. Let's see now. Inner garden and robot. Bird, metal. Strength. Strength? Or I don't know. I'm gonna go with metal. I don't know why, but I'm gonna go with metal. Metal? A metal god? I mean, we're just flat out guessing right now. Flat out guessing. Still weeping. And of course the symbol is covered up. And another god. This one is the goddess from Mercy. Nice to see an old friend here. Glyphs. I know these glyphs at her feet. They read as water. A goddess of fertile rice fields. Not of a palace like this. Have you looked at all of them? I think we have. Let's see if we can't fall. We can't accidentally fall in the hole. Let's accidentally fall in the hole. Ah! Most curious. Yes, I see. Okay, are we looking at this again? Can we use it? Do you really want to? I don't know, but you I don't know, but you could. It must refract to somewhere. Assuming it is not just ornamental. If this hopper directed to underground mistress, then one would require another hopper inside that space to return. Reply. Is this a palace of execution? A hopper set up to carry you straight into a rock? It is indeed possible. Oh, that's not good. But why would the recording I met in the graveyard have wanted to come here? I don't understand it. Let's just stare at it. Let's just stare at it and maybe something will happen. What do you think? Ooh. Hey, something happened. The ancient gods all assembled. 6 of them. Hey, you're 6. Timur always told me that there were 7 ancient gods. Though, where he got that from, I have no idea. Thinking about the ramp over the wall, 6. Maybe someone brought robots with them? Built a ramp so they could get in? Or, then again, maybe they took some robots away. Maybe this place housed robots. Interesting, mistress. Robots would certainly not object to the conditions here. That's what I was thinking. Although they would object to all the stairs. If there were robots here. They must have been restricted to the dais area. There are ramps there, but steps and bars everywhere else. There's no logical reason to restrict a robot mistress. Did you read the translations that we read? They thought robots were evil, it seems. At some point, they thought robots were evil. The hologram I saw in the graveyard said she had a place here, alongside the mechanicals. That's what she said. But all I see are books and statues and dusty stones. How old would you say this site is exactly? I would date it back to the very first days of the Holy Empire, mistress. Probably constructed during the first reign of the first empress herself. Alright, well, I don't know what else we can do. Move the stones. I wonder if behind all of these there is. There. More glyphs. Yeah. It might tell me who this god is. I'm gonna go with ground because they put the goddess of the earth. A goddess of earth? Did the first empress who declared herself holy? Did she still believe in the older gods? Zoom platform is giving away some Apogee games. Interesting. That's interesting. But there's no way down there. Can the hopper eye target the hole? Conceivably, mistress. I have a bad feeling about this.
I have a feeling some bad stuff is about to go down.
I really do. Mistress, I completed my analysis of the hopper eye. Really? I've sent test packets through and analyzed the minor refractions. I would like to leave now, mistress. But I cannot hopper us from under the rock. You have found 4 promising artifacts here. We have also discovered the existence of one new location, a pre-Empire site. If you wish me to activate the hopper now, mistress, I will. What's the matter? Are you going to tell me what the hopper does? I observed 2 things about the hopper. Individually, they are of trivial interest. Together, they are as we feared. Just tell me. The hopper is deadly? Quite so. The eye is flawed, mistress. Internal cracking means it can only refract some of the information passed to it. Specifically, the physical matrix is not refracted. If used, only the neural mesh would disentangle. It's only half a hopper? Indeed, mistress. You might hopper to the eye and never arrive. My second finding is, however, more pressing. This hopper is not broken. It has been carefully engineered to function this way. But what good is a neural mesh without a physical matrix? Maybe they brought a matrix with them. Perhaps so. Could a neural mesh be stored? The recording I met in the graveyard was... I shall use the hopper... Shall I use the hopper again, mistress? Yeah, let's get out of here. So I feel like the robots somehow were an attempt at the at people to be immortal, more or less. That's definitely what I feel like. That's interesting. We also found a lot of text here. Let's see what we have to go on the ship. So we got a lot of stuff. That was a lot of there was definitely an info dump there, I would say. Nothing we can do there. Nothing we can do here. Or can we go here? No, we cannot go here. Well, I think we're going to go back to Iox, I guess. No, actually, we're going to go here. We're going to plot a course to here, just because I want to see the thing. I thought I plotted a course. Did I not plot a course? Okay, that was weird. Okay, let's go here. We'll figure out what we're supposed to do next, and then we'll probably continue this game on Monday. So there's definitely a mystery afoot. There's definitely a history mystery. Definitely history mystery, so... I wonder what it is. Don't all rivers go to Iox? Isn't that what we determined? Some people believe sailing is bad for your soul. I can't understand why. They believe the rivers are where souls go after death. Mistress. To visit them early is to invite death. Is that what the lights out here there are? What, souls? Souls. hardly seems likely, mistress. They're robots. Why couldn't I click on it? It didn't have a little thing, but I was clicking a button and it let me do it. I will investigate. I found a heavily scratched heavy rock hammer just lying out there. It comes from the same source as that to help us work out where to look for the site. Okay, cool. Mistress, there is some kind of wreck some distance away on the left. On the left, okay. Thanks. Oh, there it is! Ow! We almost missed it. Oh, man. The site appears to date from the latest, at latest, the early empire. Oh, jeez! Nikita! What the hell are you doing? At the site of the Withering Palace, but I don't know what he's meant to be. Nikita was laying under my chair. My wheeled chair, and I rolled it. And I rolled on her tail or something. I don't know. No! She was like laying under the chair. Like, what the heck, Nikita? That's not where you should be laying. I think my translation metal can't be correct. No, I don't think it's right either. Might? Serpent? Might? We'll go with might. Might is always live, river, and together. Might is always good. Might is always safety. Hey, Sensei C. Forgotten. Safety.
Oh,
Fair.
why won't anyone give me an award?
Fair. Look. Might is always good. Sure, why not? I don't think it's right, but you know. We're gonna go to Iox and get Hyung. Man, this is a long trip. This is a long trip. This is a really, really long trip, actually. We've gone We've gone on a very long trip. Oh yeah, we're pushing the forward button, which makes us do this sweep sail thing. Oh, that's another thing. You know, we're finding a lot of these ruins in this whole thing. It looks like another house. I found a tablet made of brass, so tablets would have language on it, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. People will be...
I'm landing.
I believe you are correct with B. And our people will be... Man. This could be strong, wise, separated, or free. It could be all of those things. We've got live, river, and through. I'm thinking free, maybe. I'm thinking, let's check R as well. Less separates are your separates. And free is live in river. I'm gonna go with free, but it could be separated. Because rivers separate two banks. I'm gonna go with separated, actually. Our people will be separated. That'll do for now. So I'm gonna go with. I think I was wrong. We're riding this baby for miles. Miles.
For the longest time, Mayari didn't know about the Nightingale. I would hitch lifts with robot couriers to Elbereth, then slip away to play aboard the ship. Until one day, when Oroi reckoned she could figure out how to launch it. And of course, I didn't know how to stop. I pretty much crashed into the dock on Iox.
Okay. Good for you. I mean, that actually does sound bad. Here we go. We got some autopilot. Finally. Whew. Yeesh. It took a while, but we got autopilot. We're gonna get some info on Iox. Hey, what's up? What's up, nerd? Good faith to you. I was hoping I'd see you. Is that why you're standing around up here? What can I do for you? Oh, no. The question is, what can I do for you? I've got something for you. You seem in a good mood today. Come to the library. I'll explain everything. I was coming to see you anyway. I got questions. Be sure you do. Be seeing you, Aliya. Okay, well, hopefully it's something amazing. Not his sandwich that he ate for dinner or something. I made the most amazing sandwich. I just wanted to show you. Hey, I did want to talk to you. Intriguing. Boop-a-bop-a-doop-a-doppy-doop-a-dop-boo. Aliya, you came. I did. I followed you right here. It was like a minute after you came in. So what is it? Young. I just wanted to talk, you know. See how you... What? Tell you what I've been doing. So what have you been doing? I do a lot you might not expect. And I've come across something. It's not in my line, exactly. I'm happy with my books. But I thought it might intrigue you. Okay. Good. I'm listening. He's whispering. I'm listening. Only, well... Does that thing need to be here? You mean 6? Could it wait outside? 6, would you? Mistress, I will be outside. That's better. Is it? I mean, explain yourself, please? Yes, I don't suppose I can keep anything from the university, really. But there's no point making it easy for them. You think 6 is a spy? I think it records everything it hears, that's all. What's so secret? It's from a mention in the annals of Mazway. I know I'll never convince you to read it. There's a part where the chronicler talks about a monastery of questions. The annals are considered to be reliable. I'm quite certain the monastery is a real place, but no one knows where it is. No one knew. You mean you found it? Not found it. Of course not. Only, I know you're not a looper, Aliya. You don't go to the 2 temple, except for funerals. Sometimes I wonder. You're lying. But at least you might know the priests of the loop talk sometimes of a library. A place of great wisdom. You mean, was that the library I was at? A place where everyone learned in one great year is held in trust for the next. It's the greatest treasure imaginable. The library of future knowledge. But you mentioned a monastery. That's true, you did. You think your monastery is the library? I think it might be, yes. Do you know where it is or not? Do you know where it is or not? I do. Maybe I do. In the annals, it says the monastery sits in the eye of knowledge. I suppose I always thought that was a metaphor, but look here. In the margin, someone, a scribe, a monk, has scrolled a picture, like a swirl with a tail. The ancients often use eyes to mean places in the nebula, like the eye in the cyclones. I never made the connection before, but I suddenly realized the swirl is a river. It's a map. A swirl with the tail? It's a shape in the rivers. The ancients built their library there. And then took that river shape to be a glyph in their script. The glyph that forms the word for knowledge. Ah, we had it right. You really think so? Why are you telling me all this? It's the library of the loop, Aliya. The library of all that will happen. The library of all that can happen. You really believe this? I know it. That's why you should go. If you found it, if you read its books, you would have to believe then, too. If I read a book from the past that described the present, if I read that, I might believe. Then go. And I will be here to talk about it with you when you come back. I'll bear that in mind. You're my friend, Aliya. I want you to be well, that's all. Why didn't you want Six to hear this? It's a good question. It's the library of the loop, Aliya. Their most precious and hallowed site. If Six heard of it, then they would find out, and not you. You would never be allowed near. Thanks for the lead. That's it. That's all I had to say. Show him an artifact. Boom. I got a few things for the curators. Glad to hear. An etched hull fragment found in the rivers. Have you seen this hull fragment? What's left of the inscription reads, Light Sail. Fascinating. Now, I've seen something a bit like that. If I remember right, it was also inscribed. Now, where is it? So we can donate things to the museum or we can trade them. It's kind of what we can do. It's like we have the option of one or the other. I wonder if this affects the end of the game at all. It was a curved piece of wood from a bowsprit. It was found adrift in the wall. Something. I don't know. This is the start of a fragment of text. Okay, we got another thing to translate. Yay! We harvest one. No, not one. R with. This doesn't feel right. We isn't right. Okay, with harvest R. One. There we go. This doesn't feel right. Man, what the heck? One's not right either. Jeez. In. Harvest. Oh, in it goes there. Okay. And R. Okay, there we go. Whew! That was a tough one. Those can't be ancient for harvest. Okay, goddess and me. Acolytes are welcome in sky. Continue. Acolytes are welcome in sky? Interesting. I put... Do you have any more like that? Let me see. How about this? This is the script found on the wooden shard from a ship's masts. It was found buried here on Iox back in Miari's something. It is broken off. Wooden shard from a ship's mast. Okay, we got God. We've got sky. We've got should. And we have... No, we don't have acolytes. Wait. Yeah, we have acolytes. No good. I'd have to start again and try it a different way. So should is not correct. Okay. Sky. Acolytes. And God. No. And God. There we go. I can add my translation for sky to the dictionary now. I was pretty sure about that one. And, but my translation acolytes is off. Okay. Return should heaven. Past. Past? Go holy. Watch? No. Acolytes. Me and people. You? Watch you? Watch? May Sky God watch you. Oh, that seems right. That seems right. Does May Sky God watch you work? Interesting. We're learning. The curators will be most interested in the hall fragment, I'm sure. I'm not finished with it yet. I want to say take it, but if I say take it, he'll go away. I can't help but notice you seem to keep back a lot of things. Yeah, because things that belong here in the university. Where will they be? Where they will be safe. I don't keep anything for long. They're important for my research. They aren't artifacts, they're objects. They have purposes, places, histories. I need them to understand the Nebula. Right. Of course. Sorry to, you know, assume that I'm stealing them. Here, let's show you something else. Let's show you this Let's show you this, gosh, we have so much stuff. We're gonna be going through this a lot. There's something about this game you hate. Maybe too much floaty text? It could be. Yes, this is it. Show me. I feel like this game is slow. I feel like this game is very slow. It's got a very slow flow. The flow is very... Okay, hour. No, something's not right. Something's not right about that. Oh, our hour is incorrect. When we die, we die together. There we go. When we die together. That makes sense. That's actually a word. That's a phrase, right? Interesting. Interesting. That's so interesting. Okay, sure. You can archive it. And then I'm gonna leave. See, the problem with archiving stuff is he does this. He leaves. Where does he go anyway? Where does he archive it at? I want to know. Like, I feel like I wish I could give him everything at once. So he doesn't have to, like, archive everything individually. It feels... Perhaps. We better take a look. No, actually I want to talk to... Wait, are we... Yeah, we should leave. I think we're gonna leave. I think we're gonna leave. I didn't notice where he went. But it won't let me take like one P, like all, like here, I've got 5 things for you to put in the oh, there's where he goes. He goes over there. Let's see if we can find the stuff that let's see if we can see where he goes. We can find out where he heads off to. Maybe he's like putting him in his own stash. How old is the Nightingale Mistress? I'm not sure. Almost 1,500 years old, maybe? That's pretty old. He goes this way. Wherever he goes over here. I don't know. I guess he goes in this door. It's the door of... Iox does not like people to have ships. They would have burned her. Your ship is no secret. Praxis Minari knows you sail, of course. Okay. I'm beginning to understand the relationship that we have with some people, too. So... I'm beginning to understand a lot of the things behind this game. This is a very well crafted like world, I guess. I mean, I can see the relationships between the people and the different like faiths and stuff like that. I can see why like she's doing stuff. Why like they're basically using her. Miari is using her because, and I understand. If we assume for a moment that there was one, it didn't survive. An Empress took over. The Steel Empire ended, and the Ioxian Empire began. So yeah, I'm kind of beginning. I'm beginning to see the relationship between the characters and why Miari is the way she is. She feels like she's better than her because she feels like her soul is essentially lost because of her traveling in a ship. I don't know if Miari ever travels in a ship. I don't know if we've heard anything about that. I don't know if she ever goes anywhere. She has other people do her stuff, and she interestingly had two of the people that she had doing her stuff were the people from the same place. I mean, it's not like there's a huge number of places, so it's not that weird, but it's still kind of weird, right? Let's see what we've got here, and we're gonna stop right now.